Atari cartridge game is in.
Excuse me.
Uh-oh. George again.
Ooh, Atari's ASC battle.
It comes with 27 games, but that's just for starters. You can get 9 cartridges, 187 games.
Blackjack. Oh!
I'd like an Atari.
Sorry, only our demonstrators left.
Mine!
No, George. Mine.
The new video computer system by Atari. More games, more fun.
That was a lucky chance that we actually started this stream with the commercial, just so we can get it in, since I wasn't able to get that ready for the previous stream. We may have accidentally hit a great way to start out with that commercial that lead into the games we're playing today. So that might have been just a happy accident. We'll try to also do it during the intermission, so it might be that we'll play that commercial during the intermission, and we'll lead the next stream with that same ad. So, hello everyone, Caleb here, for another episode of Gaming Through the Ages, and this one, we are actually starting the numbered games. No more prologue, this is the real thing. So, let me explain to this how this is going to work, because I don't know if I really explained this very well, and I'll try to do this. Again, the whole object of Gaming Through the Ages, we are playing games in chronological order as best we can, except in several cases where we need to tell the story of that franchise, and we'll bump those to an earlier state just so we can tell those stories. And again, we'll inform you when that happens. I know for sure, I think we're doing that for Sonic a few times, we're doing that for Zelda, we're doing that for a few others. So we're kind of doing some marathons just in terms of, again, telling the story, even though we're playing those games much earlier than they were actually released. But those are the outliers. Most of these we're playing chronological order. So, we're now to the arcades. And the Atari 2600. We are now to the 1970s, from 1972 to 1977. We are stopping at 1977 today. So, and then from that point forward, we're pretty much going to be in about a single year's time. But I want to emphasize this. What we're about to play, these aren't the very first video games but you can probably make an argument that these are the first commercially successful video games, right? So, once we go through, we're going to start numbering these games from 1 to whatever. As is, we are 1,000 games away from Sonic Adventure 2. And we're going to continue to count down from there. I was going to conclude the last stream with that, but with the uncertainties, I was not quite, I was kind of mentally stressful, I have to admit. But we were 1,000 games away from Sonic Adventure 2. The next game will be game number 1. Remember, the pinball, the Conrail games, that was prologue. We're not numbering those. And there is one game in Planescape that is not numbered. The rest will be numbered. And how the first 200 games are going to work is if we have multiple cases. Let's say we played the arcade version and then we did 2600 and so on and so forth. They're going to keep the same numbers. So, like, I think Breakout, we play both this stream and the next stream. In both cases, they're game number 3. So, and we'll keep doing that way until we get past game 200. And then we'll change that up and number it differently. Each one being its own game. Alright, and the thing is a lot of it because the home versions of these games at the time were just so much down conversions, but at the same time they played almost identically, just like it's almost apples to apples almost. It's kind of weird. It's also keep the 200th milestone game the 200th milestone game. So there's a little bit of shenanigans I did to make sure that is the case. You will see why I did what I did when we get there. Alright? But first off, we are going to start off. And by the way, this is going to be the very first. This is going to be the very first time we are going to change inputs in the same stream, because we're going to be using the Xbox Mini and the Atari 2600. I call this the Xbox Mini because I'm not using this for any of these, so I'm just downloading games that are on a hard drive and they're used from that. So here's how we're going to do. We're going to start off with Atari 50th Anniversary Collection. Great collection. And we're going to kind of let the game tell the story itself. Because this game itself is a museum. Okay, it's a museum, it's more of a museum than a collection. Because on top of getting to see and play the games, there's also the stories behind the games and all that. And it's just really neat. So, I'm not going to do much talking. I'm just going to let the game do it for you. So, here we go. So our 50th Anniversary Collection. Nice. We're here. For a moment I was like, wait a second, I just pressed the button and it didn't do anything. Did my controller disconnect again? It probably took me like over 20 minutes to connect this controller correctly. I don't know why it sometimes as why it's sometimes finicky. So let's go to Arcade Origins. There we go. In a world where pinball was king, two engineers dreamed that coin-operated games played on computers could be the next big thing. A company called GTtA was where it all started. The first arcade game, Computer Space, was designed by Atari, co-founders Ted DeBaney and Nolan Bushnell, and manufactured by Nutting Associates. It was based in the 1962 computer game Space War. Here's a quick nudge about what that looked like.
For some reason, I'm looking through San Jose Mercury, just random stuff section for sale. You see, world's first video game computer space. No price, just call. Wow, pretty interested in this. So I called the guy. I said, so you got a computer space? Yeah. First game ever. Okay, great. What color is it? What color do you want? Wow, this is getting very interesting. Because he has a whole bunch of computer spaces. Who would know that they came in all these different colors? Yellow, solid blue, metal flake blue, and metal flake red. And he goes a whole bunch of... Great. We're in on a sunflower seed farm off of Highway 80 in Dixon, California, halfway between, the Bay Area and Sacramento. And these things hadn't been moved in, probably since 1975. And so I got in touch with Nolan and showed him the pictures and scratched his head, and then like a light bulb went off in his head. He goes, these were Ted Dabney's. These were Ted Dabney's units. This was his route. When he left, he took a route that we had, and he goes, this yellow one's the first one. He goes, I know it. That yellow one is the very first one. I kept the first one, which is a beautiful yellow computer space, and I kept Pong number 46. And we got the rest of them running and working as good as we could. We got it all for $5,000. I don't regret the purchase one bit. Not for a minute.
Okay, I had to up the audio. I'm hoping you can hear that. And there you go. Dabney Bushnell's named the company GTtA Engineering. After a term of the direct alignment of the sun, the moon, and earth during an eclipse, Alan Acorn, who had worked with Dabney and Bushnell at their previous workplace, was the first engineering hire at GTtA. This was his business card during his early days. Let's take a look. There you go. Great, that's like in such decent condition all these years later. On June 27, 1972, Dabney and Bushnell incorporated their company in the state of California, but the name GTtA was already taken. Instead, they chose Atari, a term from the Japanese game of Go. The company briefly continued doing business under the name GTtA, however.
Well, I'd say 30 years to pretty much the present. The arcades have been relegated to the back rooms and the side streets, and generally been an unsavory type of place. What we want to do is bring the amusement game to age. if we can give it a new zip and a pizzazz, it's going to be financially successful, as well as, I think, a very serious part in the leisure time activity of the American people.
The marriage of traditional pinball machines and computer technology has resulted in the birth of a new breed of amusement games. And Nolan Bushnell is the man handing out the cigars. Bushnell has developed two such games, Computer Space and Pong, and believes that they and others like them will move the pinball industry out of America's bus stations and bowling alleys and into the space age. In 1971, Bushnell invented Computer Space, but sold production rights to Nutting Associates of Mountain View, California, for royalties based on the number of games sold. It proved a good deal for both parties. Sales already exceed 1,500 machines. Computer Space, like Pong, sells for around $1,000 and is played on the screen of a standard television set, which has been programmed to display the desired game. In Computer Space, the player controls a rocket ship, which is trying to shoot down enemy flying saucers while avoiding their missiles. If the player scores more hits than the enemy saucers, he gets one free play. By the time Bushnell invented Pong in 1972, he was able to form his own company, Syzygy Corporation in Santa Clara, California, to produce the game. He has already sold over 1,000 machines and expects to sell 10,000 in the United States by the end of the year. Pong, as the name might indicate, is a game of video ping pong. The two players turn dials which control their electronic paddles and volley with an equally electronic ball. The first player to score 15 points wins. While Bushnell did design and program both his games, the technology he uses dates back to the late 1950s. Thanks to research by the Defense Department in the wake of Sputnik, Bushnell is now able to act out his dream of a nation inhabited by thousands of Pong and Computer Space games.
The government spent millions of dollars on this technology, and as a result, now it's cheap enough that we can put it into a game and sell it for 25 cents for a few minutes and make $1 out of it. It's something that the research and development really was done many years ago, and now it's cheap enough that with PC boards and integrated circuits, we can use that technology to our advantage.
The basic electronic unit of Bushnell's games is the integrated circuit. Each of these small chips is capable of storing large amounts of information. The program for a game is determined by specific combinations of these units to form a PC, or printed circuit board. The printed circuit board then tells the TV screen what to do. A single printed circuit board is all that is required to operate Pong, whereas 15 years ago it would have taken enough tubes and wiring to fill an average house. Bushnell first saw the commercial potential of video games in a game called Space War, which has been played at computer centers around the country for several years.
We used to play Space War a lot at the AI project at Stanford, which is a big computer complex. And one day it just hit, this is a lot of fun, to be able to package it and sell it for a price. And, one thing leads to another, and pretty soon, from doodling on a scratch pad, you're actually working out some basic block diagrams, and from there you think, boy, it's going to work.
So Eugene Jarvis once said, according to this, the genius of Atari was to create a fully formed commercial game that was designed for the masses and accessible to the masses. More than just a game company, it kickstarted Silicon Valley. A lot of what we think in Sunnydale is a result of Atari. I think that ethos of creativity and openness, that wasn't common back in the 70s and 80s, and yet Atari pioneered that. While Pong was not the first arcade game, it was the first successful one, selling thousands more units than Computer Space and bringing in more quarters. No exaggeration to say this simple tennis game launched an entire industry. So just a moment here. We're gonna set the timer. Oh, the wrong thing. Okay. So we're going to spend that much time in Pong. Yeah, we're not going to spend nearly as many time as we did in the prologue. These are going to be lickety split almost for most of these. Let's go to Pong. Pong is the game that launched an industry. Atari's founders asked engineer Al Acorn to create the game as a learning exercise, making it a commercial success and a very happy and lucrative accident. The Strawn National Museum of Play inducted Pong into its World Video Game Hall of Fame in 2015. Of course, I don't know the controls. Oh, brilliant. That makes a difference. Ah. This could take a while. You can do funny things with this. Ah. Ow, missed. And that's game. So 11 minutes, let's try again. Oh. Oh, missed again. Nah. This is hard when you're trying to be both players. Because it's not how it's supposed to be played. Oh, I'm doing it again! Ah. Ah. Full disclosure, I did have plans to have a sidekick today, just because some of these you have to play with 2 people. But I wasn't getting anyone to commit. Yeah, the fact that I kind of almost missed today's stream because there's just so much that I didn't get done. Obviously, with the power failure last Wednesday, really hurt things. So, yay. And that's game. Whew. So we are almost halfway through our time in Pawn already. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that was game already. I missed it. All right, halfway. Ah. So, any of you have any like fun stories in regards to the early arcades? This will be a fun time to tell those stories. Doing it again. Second time this game. Oh, that was nasty. Ow. Oh, that was nasty too. Ah, nasty. Double nasty. Ah. That's game. Could not finish this, even return to serve. That last bet. We have 5 minutes to kill in Pong. Continue playing. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, I think this is the first time we've seen this happen when it's in the middle of the play field and not on the bottom of the top. Huh. Ah. Oh, that was nasty. That was a nasty serve. No ways that was be survived. That was tough. Tough. We still got 3 minutes. Let's play some more. Ah. Oh, I missed that. Pay attention. Ow, went too far. now. That's game. It's got a minute. So let's see if we can do one more game. These games are short. Ah. Looks like, huh. Oh. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, how did I miss that? Wow. Okay, gotcha. Oh. Oh, that was nasty. Oh. And that's game. And we're out of time. So we're going to move on to the next thing. Yeah, this is the flyer. Not the flyer I also used in the slide loader, but yeah, still. Well, yeah, we'll play.
You know what the Atari motto is? Innovative leisure, right? Well, it didn't say innovative arcade games. It didn't say innovative video games. It said innovative leisure. It was broad from day one. I mean, Nolan always had a consumer game in his mind because that's what he hired me to do. And I wound up doing the wrong thing and making a hit coin-op game, right? When I was at Ampex, I learned how to make sync generators, synchronizing, the basic fundamental circuit necessary to get a TV signal, because we had to generate an analog signal. So you do that and you get the ball at one speed and you put paddles up, and it's a very, very boring game. And so I added the speed up and I added the angles off of that, just, you know, to make it playable, interesting. And so it started getting a little interesting. That's cute. And Nolan said, well, it's got to have score. We had a pretty good game, and hey, great. So what are you going to do for sound? I go, sound? I'm already over budget. What am I going to do? Nolan said, well, I want the sound of a roar of a crowd of thousands applauding your win. And Ted said, I want boos and hisses. And I'm thinking, how do I do that? Listen, I got video. I got the goddamn game up. Now you wanted me to do this. I'll be right back. So I pissed around for a day and poked around sounds that already existed in the vertical sync generator and gated them out with the 555 timer. I love it. Years later, the sound is so well thought out, so appropriate. It was like, are you kidding me? It was just, you know, just thrown together in spite of what the boss said. And so that was how Pong came to be.
With other companies looking to capitalize on Pong's success with clone machines, Atari looked to improve on the experience. Pong doubles let 4 players get on the fun. Most of you, Though, I should say, are Joe Kenyon, third from the left, Nolan Bushnell, fifth from the left, and Al Acorn on the right. Since most coin-operated games were installed in bars and thus inaccessible to children, Atari developed Puppy Pong, a device meant to be installed in waiting rooms and pediatric offices. The idea did not catch on. Puppy Pong only had a small production run. Multiple inches. The Legend of the Broken Palm Machine. This is probably the more interesting stories that I'm aware of about palms.
So everybody's heard the Pong story. Probably everybody's heard the Pong story, but I've heard it many times, and from Al Alcorn himself, who designed Pong. So
the story I've heard is that they installed one of the first Pong machines in a tavern and let people play it as a test.
Put it out into an arcade and see if it makes money. I mean, that's the market research.
My understanding was Ted built a cabinet, a tabletop, simple cabinet over the weekend. And a coin mech bolted to the side of the cabinet, tabletop type of big thing was sit on a barrel.
Placing a interactive video machine somewhere and having people play it was still a relatively new concept. Nobody knew if it was going to go.
Oh, what is the name of the bar in Palo Alto?
San Jose?
No, it was Andy Capp's.
It was Santa Clara?
Sunnyvale.
So we'll put it in Andy Capp's. You know, it's a coin-op game, be it fragile and humble. And so we did.
Well, my memory is that he gets a phone call, the game's busted, which of course is the usual thing you get on a support line. It doesn't work. What is it, and in what way does it not work? Well, it doesn't work.
The bar owner or manager at the time kind of yelled at them and like accused them of their game being shoddy because it had already broken down and it was no longer functioning or working.
And they get a call, you know, later on that night and like, hey, this fucking thing broke, you know. Come and pick up this piece of shit game and get it out of here. You know, this fucking thing broke. You know, I'm not gonna waste my time fixing this crap.
But anyway, the machine, we got the word that it stopped working, and I figured it could be anything, and I'd go out there and take a look at it. And so I went to the machine, and the first thing you do is you want to try to play the game, because the machine was on in a tracked mode. So it was working, but you couldn't start a game. So you open up the coin box to basically flip the micro switch to give yourself a free game because I'm not going to waste a quarter, you know.
And so they went down to see what's wrong with the machine to fix it, and what they found out was that it wasn't broken. It was just that so many people had played it, they had filled the coin box with quarters, and it was jammed, and it couldn't take any more.
So many people had played it that it couldn't accept any more money.
The game is broken because it's stuffed so full of quarters.
Completely stuffed with quarters.
And it was a small, I remember it was kind of small, if I remember. It was a small space. It just filled up with the quarters, and it wouldn't take it.
When I opened up the coin mech, you know, all these quarters just gushed out. So, whoa, that's impressive.
The equivalent of like crashing a server. When you launch a new website and it's so popular. So they crashed the server on Pong.
And one of the other reasons it was also so popular is because you could play it with one hand while you're still holding a pint in your other hand. And that also was one of those things that, you know, eventually many, many years later led to the rise of the fun barcades that we have, you know, and we can enjoy now.
As Al will always say with a little, you know, twinkle in his eye, he goes, "This is a problem I can fix."
Basically, the way it worked was you take the money, the deal you have, and you split the take with the owner of the bar. And so I did that, and I had this sack of quarters, and the next day I come into work and I said, I got the machine fixed, and here's the problem. The goddamn thing's making too much money. And they'll went, really?
But it was one of those great moments where something that supposedly was failing was actually such a huge success that no one could recognize. It was truly the ugly duckling version of technology.
Because remember, Nolan thought, he was like, this is just a placeholder until we get to design the really good game, because who's going to play this stupid shit-ass game?
They went on to produce all of these classic, memorable arcade titles for years that allowed the company to survive and be so much more than a one-hit wonder. So that's my understanding of the history of Pong.
It's a great story, if it's true.
When a story is good, you know there's some doubt about it. Like, well, that's too good to be really true. It's probably a boring version of it that's actually true.
You know, it sounds realistic to me. You know, I mean, I've kind of seen that happen in my own. And when you do get a really great game, the coins will just overflow, and you know, it's kind of a cool feeling.
Anyway, that's how that all happened. Yeah. Anyway.
Now to Space Race. For Atari's second game, it went back to the space genre. Space Race challenged two players to get into the spaceship to the top of the screen first, while dodging an asteroid field. Although space games would eventually not be the top earners of the arcade, Space Race was not a success. Atari's fourth game was a simple maze. Yeah, my first arcade flyer. Atari's fourth game was a simple maze game in which one player attempted to catch the other, which made gacha controversial. With pink domes covering the joysticks, which were meant to resemble breasts. The game's escape flyer extended the metaphor. Ultimately, the domes were removed from machines because of cost concerns. And Touch Me. An Atari coin-operated machine called Touch Me was not a video game, but an electronic device that challenged the player to repeat an ever-lengthening pattern of button presses. Ralph Baer, the inventor of home gaming consoles, saw a Touch Me machine and was inspired to prove on it to create the iconic handheld game Simon. While Atari was quite successful in 1973, it felt like it was held back by the fact that coin-operated distributors wanted exclusive agreements. So it created a competitor called Key Games, a separate company headed up by Joe Keenan that would sell similar machines to other distributors. Key's Game Elimination was released by Atari as Quadrupon, for example. Tank. This military combat game was not only the title produced by Key Games, it was not a clone of an Atari product. Shortly after its release, Atari formally acquired Key, bringing an end to the fiction that they were competitive rivals. However, the Key Games division continued operation under its own name until 1978. Oops, where did I go? There we go. And yeah, Clutter think we're not going to play it today. The first new entry in the tank series in 1978, Clutter Tank is a 4-player twist in the classic tank combat game developed in 2022 by Digital Eclipse. It combines features from all tank games, even letting you play on ice. Earlier arcade games like Tank and Pong were not software programs. Instead, they are built primarily on custom computer hardware mounted on massive motherboards. The 1975 release of the incredible affordable MOS 6502 processor meant that Atari and a few others could now program their own games and software. Although the Magnavox Odyssey, designed by Ralph Baer, had already come out in 1972, the home video game craze truly kicked off with the wildly successful home game Pong. First released as shown here by the retailer Sears as Telegames Pong for the 1975 Christmas season. Atari launched a pinball division in 1975 to aim at invasion to their still popular game. Built more expensive machines and advanced computer hardware with larger playfields, but the new technology was not reliable. Atari quickly left the pinball business, not the Atari business, but not before producing some interesting tables.
I mean, Atari really, why were they in the pinball business? You know, here they had this tiger by the tail of video games, you know, just this supernova of creativity and possibilities, and you know, they were nailing it left and right, creating new genres every other week. Why would you mess around with pinball? You could tell our games were just not working, you know, and due to reliability, poor engineering, you know, thermal issues, issues of the games just falling apart, poor hardware design. You know, I could see the writing was on the wall that we were going to go down. I mean, the pinball division was just a massive disaster. I mean, it was, you know, it's kind of the, you know, kind of the hubris of, you know, I guess Silicon Valley, even in that era, you know, was like, oh, these morons in Chicago, they make these crappy old games, you know, like, you know, we're going to redesign everything. We're going to put the display down in the bottom. We're going to, you know, put the boards, you know, underneath the play field so all the crap falls in and shorts out the things. And I mean, it was really horrific design, and they caught on fire. The solenoids, they used this thing called rotary solenoids, which burned up and the screws fell out. And, you know, it was kind of a, you know, just a complete disaster as far as like design and also testing. And so there was a lot of games that caught on fire in the early days. So, but they made a lot of money when they were working. You know, we did. I think the programming was awesome because I did it. You know.
Here you go. The Atarians. Atari entered the pinball market in 1997 with the Atarians, which featured a wide-body play field. We're going to get into that. That was 27 inches wide compared to the standard machine's approximate 20-inch width. It was also an early example of a pinball game controlled by a computer processor versus simply being built out of electromagnetic parts. The first pinball machine for which Jarvis did the programming was Time 2000. Like the Atarians, it was featured a wide-body playfield for more scoring opportunities and more ball action. In keeping with the time theme, it featured 2 clocks in the playfield for advanced bonus counters. The first pinball game designed by Steve Ritchie, Airborne Avenger. Excuse me, I read that wrong. Who went on to create famous machines like Bug 90 High Speed, and who was designed pinball to this day. Programming by Eugene Jarvis. I'm pressing the wrong buttons all the time, so I'm sorry. I'm not used to this controller. finally, Hercules at 7 feet tall, 8 feet deep, over 3 feet wide. Atari's Hercules is the biggest commercial pinball machine ever manufactured. Instead of those standard silver wood pinballs, it used pool cue balls. Ultimately, once players got past the novelty factor, Hercules wasn't much fun. It was the last pinball machine Atari ever produced. Wrong button. There you go, breakout. I want to check something first. I'm going to advance a little bit. I'm going to do a little bit of advancing. I'm going to go ahead and do Touch Me first. But we'll do the rest of this in the timeline order. Let's check the time down. It's only going to be 5 minutes. And let's play. Oops, wrong button. Oh. Stuck at 15. I think that was just one playthrough, and so I'm just going to let the time run out. So yeah, 3 misses, and the sequence stops, and the game is over. That's where I got my score for 15. Okay. Let's go to we're here. Our business school graduate Roy Kassar enjoyed a successful career in textiles before Warner installed him as president and CEO of Atari in 1978. Kassar led the company through its most intense periods of rapid growth and numerous profit, as well as most dramatic financial losses. When war kicked in, Roy Kassar had marketing that knew nothing about games. They didn't play games, marketing told engineering what to do, and they basically turned to a dodgy, old, calcified, filthy rich company. Howard Scott Warshaw, who made Yard's Revenge, said in came Roy Kassar, and now we have to mine a new set. A new set. We got cash cow, we got to milk the crap out of it. Woody Allen says, I don't think Ray ever really understood the value of engineering, the talent he had. Argent designers and management did not improve when the executive Ray Kassar called the engineers a bunch of high-strung prima donnas. In a newspaper interview, in response, the designers printed these t-shirts which read just another price-strong prima donna from Atari and wore them to work. There are a fair number of people that admit that prima donna thing, and currently was one of the graphic artists in the published group. We just thought a little and said, that'd be a great t-shirt.
You will hear stories of hot tubs in the lobby and drug use in the office, and I'm here to tell you that none of that happened in my department.
We started smoking pot right in our office. Rob and I were like the premier pot. Sorry, Rob. I and some other person who occasionally shared an office with me for 5 years at Atari, however that frickin' worked, we would just fire up right in the office. It's like, who knows why? It's like, this is like, it's illegal. It's like, it wasn't even a sense of privilege. It was just mindlessness.
I worked in a satellite office. I started in 1977, which was still pretty early. It was only 18 months since the 2600 came out. But there was no hot tub in the lobby of the office that I went to. There was no drug use in Atari, though I don't doubt that it was over where Howard and Todd Fry were working.
Drugs were consumed at Atari by all kinds of people at all levels of management, from the bottom to the top and all over engineering. Not everybody did drugs, but some people did, and some people enjoyed them, and some people abused them, and some people went to the hospital on them. And but by and large, drugs were a relatively nominal factor. Drugs, you know, there was a lot of marijuana, and it participated a lot in brainstormings. So we had the way of, you know, trying to incorporate drugs into our productivity model.
I went home and I smoked a joint, a little bit of cocaine and a little bit of psilocybin in it. And I was sitting there, it was about half gone when I realized, oh, you could do that. And it's like, I put it out and I went and I wrote a page of notes. And my design for that kernel, was exactly what it ended up shipping. It was like it has a tremendous amount of effort actually to get everything organized.
You know, they did have good deliveries of cannabis in the inter-office mail. You know, that was probably the primary use of those yellow manila envelopes. So I think it was, you know, Fridays or Monday. I think it was Fridays when you get these really thick envelopes coming through the system. And, you know, and it was weird. It was like there was a guy working there, and his job was he was the weed dealer. You know, that was his sole job at the whole company.
And there was a very straight German VP of hardware down the hallway in the building. I have no idea. And he complained to management about the smell of pot smoke in the corridors. So they got him an office in a different building.
I have been asthmatic since I've been 12. I need drugs to breathe. I did not do drugs because drugs to me were something that let you get up in the morning, you know, and breathe. So and nor did I think I wanted to mix those things. The high of me was doing the work, and I was always a happy guy. So I just didn't feel I needed it. So I never did drugs, but there were a lot there.
Don't put too much stock in the fact that every Atari employee was stoned out of their minds while making games.
I mean, there was all kinds of drugs consumed at Atari, but the real drug at Atari was going into a store and seeing your product, seeing your game on a shelf.
All right, Sprint 8. Is that the next one? Let me make sure I do this in order. No, Steeplechase is next. Breakout. Oh, wait. That's gonna do it. Gotcha, I went a little too far. So a little out of order, sorry about that. But first off, we need to go to Steeplechase. And that's going to take a few minutes to go, because even though that was an arcade game, we're going to use the Atari 2600 version. So we're going to take a 3-minute break to get that worked out. We'll see you on the other side. Okay, that had to be a little longer than 3 minutes. I just had a hard time finding the paddle controllers. These are the paddle controllers used for the Atari 2600. And I believe you will need these for steeplechase. So I'm making sure I get the right one. And we'll go from there. So let's turn on the 2600 Mini for the first time in our stream. And let's find steeplechase. There you go, steeplechase. This game in particular, the arcade game was initially released in October of 1975. I do not know date when the Atari 2600 version was released, but not that really matters. So let's do this. Race begins. Each player has 4 seconds to press the control button. Place your horse in the race. Otherwise, you can control the horse. Just know when you press the control button, your horse changes the race. Let's see if it is just stand position. Stay. Yeah. After the race begins, press the control button to jump your horse. Use the joystick or turn your paddle to select one of 4 height settings of the height indicator bar. To clear the widest hurdles, you must use the height setting. Under steeplechase will be the first player to advance your horse to the right side of the screen display. Each horse gallops at a given speed from right to left. When the horse gallops, hurdles of different sizes approach the horse from right to left. You're tasked to jump and clear the hurdles and get your horse to the right side first. As you are jumping each hurdle, your horse actually has no motion from left to right. Whenever you hit a hurdle, the horse loses some horizontal position. Where it falls to the ground, gets up. The higher you jump your horse, the easier it is to clear all hurdles. However, the more time it takes to clear the hurdles, the more time it takes to reach the right side of the screen. It's a 3-minute race. I think I have time for one more. Let's do one more real quick. That was quick. That was quick. Put it in a harder difficulty. I feel like there's only 2 difficulties. That's a little bit of a shame. The fact that the easy difficulty is ridiculously easy and the hard one's ridiculously hard. There's like no middle ground. Like I kind of wish you had that middle ground. Anyway, I think we're... If I can get back to where I'm at. Yeah, we need to get back to the Atari collection, so another 3-minute break. I'll see you on the other side. I know it was less than 3 minutes, but heck with it. We spent more than 3 minutes in the last one, so let's just move things along as best we can. So moving with Breakout, famously designed by Apple founders Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Breakout was essentially a single-player Pong, in which the player had to continually deflect a bouncing ball back up to the top of the screen and break rows of bricks. It was a smashing success, including Japan, where it inspired the later creation of Space Invaders by Taito. You're going to see Taito in a little bit. So there you go. I don't know what that was about. There we go. Why? It must have been X, and I thought X was Y, and realized X was not using this controller. By the way, it's for disclosure, this is the one I'm currently using. Single player breaking variation of pawns, but I already read that. Oh. Ah. This is a little harder to do with the controller. Just saying. This is game number 4, is that right? Game number 3. Game number 3. We're doing game number 3 right now. Canyon Bomber is game number 4. Remember right how this game worked is that, like, the warmer the colors are that you block off, the more points they're worth. This game could absolutely use a palette controller. I feel like they'll have a lot more control with it than it's just this little standard controller. Don't feel like this game was made with standard in mind. I realized that last one was kind of bad because I never made contact with the paddle, so that was a score of 0. Imagine you put in a quarter and that's all you do. Pretty bad. Yeah. Oh, lovely. Oh man. Not forgiving, is it? I haven't played Breakout in so long. And of course, I've always paddle controllers too. I feel like I have a lot more control if I was using paddle controllers. I guess to be fair, I'll be using paddle controllers tomorrow because we'll be playing more Breakout tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Monday. Ooh. Oh, I thought I was going to hit the same spot. And didn't see it that I wasn't going to until the last minute. It's already too late. Ah, misjudged again. Hmm. Man, it goes really fast, quick. Oh, that's painful. It's a point of like, how are you supposed to do it with this controller? Nah. Oh, I misjudged that one. Not a good start. No, ah! One score for a game. That's not good. Good at all. Well, that was it. I was doing well, considering. Yeah. And again. that wasn't as good as my last one. Oh, that was bad. Can't seem to be able to get my pedal centered in the right spot. This will probably be the last game. Seeing how the countdown's less than half a minute. That's gonna do it. The Atari logo on the breakout flyer includes the company's original tagline, "Innovative Leisure." And we'll be playing this later on. New for 2022 from Digital Eclipse's modern updates to Breakout and features exciting new gameplay styles, as well as a competitive 2-player mode, Battle Breakout. And then we already went over this. So is Sprint 8 next? No, wait. It's not next. Wait, it's after Kenny and Bomber. We'll do Kenny and Bomber first. There's a chance Sprint 8 actually came out first, but of the games released in 1977. Now it's 1997, folks. We don't know the date, the actual date, so we have to go by the year. It's Kenny and Bomber. So the game. Okay, Bomber's in this game. Did my research. It's throwing me off. Do I have Kenny and Bomber later on? I guess out of me probably thinking that the arcade version was on here. I did research. I made sure it was on there. So now all of a sudden it's not, and I'm like, what is going on? So here's what we're gonna do. We still have 21 minutes planned on this. This is probably going to be the only Atari 2600 game we're going to be playing on this thing. The rest will be on the Mini. Yeah, the 1997 arcade game. Almost like a reverse breakout, where players would drop bombs to destroy strata bricks in the canyon below. Let's play. Let's go to the controller real quick. Okay. See if I win this time. I guess there's time too. so short. How long do these go? Chris. We were kind of stuck at the end. Alright, got 11 minutes still. Last one missed. First one, I'm a little competitive. I'm just gonna be enough though. There's always different speeds, always keeps you on your toes. Need to stretch a little bit. 8.5 still. How this game. Discovering is that if you don't come out swinging, you're out. Nice. Oh, man. Oh, that was real good. Okay, I thought I was closer than what that was ended up being. That was weird. Okay, we still have less than 5 minutes. Okay, how much time we have? 3.5 minutes. So probably just 2 more games. That's it. Lost. Oh, okay. I lost by more than 100. I thought it was less than 100. Doggone it. I don't think this is my game. That was a 0. Time for one more game. That was better, and that's a good way to end it. Okay, we already did that. 5 minutes. So I'm gonna hold off on so we're gonna hold off on intermission, because this will provide a very natural break. This is the last arcade game. The rest of it will be Atari 2600 games today, the launch lineup. So if I can go into this real quick. Okay. We are going. So take the controls real quick. Got it. Bad start. Okay, I thought I was steering. It's not. It works a little differently. Interesting. Just double check the controls real quick. Oh, I was just in the, okay. I was in the wrong ones. Try again. Just now getting the hand. Okay. You're now going to take a break, and we'll introduce the Atari 2600 in 15 minutes. Take a break, grab some dinner, grab some refreshments. We'll be in for a little bit, another 2 hours, 15 minutes-ish, I think, is how long we'll get through all 9 games. So, enjoy yourself. We'll be back in 15.
me again?
One for Atari?
She beat me again?
The Atari video computer system is 20 cartridges with 1,300 game variations you play on your own TV set.
Atari, they tell me you're fast.
Don't watch television tonight. Play it.
Okay, that was a little rocky. I started it and then I accidentally hit a button that took me backwards. I apologize for that. Trying to avoid that. Just doing one additional thing in the background and then boop, oops. Did not mean to do that, but I pressed the wrong button. We are back, and now we're kind of trying to the other half of today's stream, focusing in on 1977, specifically September 11th, 1977, the birth of the multi-cart video game console, the second generation, if you will. The first generation was pretty much just Pong. I think you saw the Sears one earlier. The Magnavox Odyssey, if I remember right, was also essentially a Pong console. That's one of the first video game consoles ever made. But this is definitely the first multi-cart game where you can get multiple games for it and play it. And without going any further ado, I'll let the museum itself do the talking. So let's get into it. Today, well over 90% of American homes have at least one computer, and they have changed their lives forever. For millions, it was the first computer in their home was an Atari video computer system. In addition to a home version of Pong, Atari released dedicated consoles that played versions of home video pinball and stunt-style arcade games, but clones were quickly catching up. The company needed a new product that played more than just one game if it wanted to earn a permanent spot in world's living rooms. In September 1977, Atari launched the video computer system, later known as the 2600. It was part of a new wave of game consoles which had no games built in, but stored them separately on ROM cartridges. Technology superiority didn't come cheap. The VCS launched at $199, or about $950 in 2022. Which probably, so yeah. Yes, that is the official Atari 2600 and the miniature console, which we'll be using today. I don't know if I can get it good, but if you can get a good grasp of it, let's see maybe if I can move the camera to me and you can see it, get a better grasp of it. Oops, that is not it. I have a lot of things here. This here is the Atari 2600 Mini, or the Atari Flashback 12 that we are using today. So I don't know if that helps. So if we can take you can definitely see, Atari's there. It's kind of fun. It's not one-to-one, obviously, but it definitely does look the part. Which is ideally what a mini console should do. It should look the part. So moving back, not. And that's the question, what's a VCS?
On the simplest level, what the VCS, the Atari 2600, what that is, it's a combination of plastic and computer chips that enables you to play a video game, an interactive video game on your home television, which is something that never really happened before.
If you're making an arcade game, it begins as a hardware project. If you need something more in the hardware, just put it in the hardware and you can use it in your game. The Atari 2600, we didn't have that luxury. The game was already in Grandma's house. It was already hooked up to her TV. And all we could do is make a different cartridge, sell that to the person, he plugs it in.
It was the thing that made video games a worldwide phenomenon. And all it is it's a box that enables you to play an interactive game on your TV. But on a cultural level, that's such a huge thing to do, because there were two things that achieved that changed the world, literally changed the world. One is it put computers in homes. At a time where IBM only had about 10,000 PCs sold altogether, Atari had millions of units installed, and every one of those was a computer in the home. The other thing it did was it created an interactive medium with television, which was always a passive medium. Before video games, people were just zombies sitting on the couch watching TV. But video games turned people into zombies jumping up and down on the couch yelling at the TV. And that was a very different experience. And I think that was huge in terms of taking people from a passive state to an active state. And we're still learning the implications of that.
And then we also have the joystick. The VCS control include two controllers. That seems simple today, but all games were neat at the time. A four-way digital joystick, like the one I have here, the one you see on your screen. And then single fire button. Can I get right there? That means Atari players use their right hands to move and the left hands to fire, the opposite of today's standard control layouts. And they also have the legendary paddle controllers. I love these things. We haven't had anything like this since. The launch VCS also included a pair of paddle controllers, analog devices used to give the player more fine-grained control of the games in the style of Pong. Paddles use the same technology as a volume control knob, sending gradually increasing signal to the console as they were tuned. First off, we're going to go through all the games real quick. We have Combat. Only 2 kilobytes of data. Oops. To put that in perspective, just the image shown here, which contains the entire Combat program in machine code, is more than 500 kilobytes in size. Yes, that is the entire code for a Combat. Literally, that code is how the game is made. It is RAM. Maybe I should say that. Then we have Air-Sea Battle. And interesting enough, yeah, oh yeah, cool. You can take a look, you can see the box art. Might as well do that real quick for Combat. If surrounded, you might know surrounded by different names. Snake, this simple game design officially based on a 1976 arcade game called Block A by the company Gremlin. These two players maneuvering an ever-going line until one crashes. But there is your cover art. Stop there. That covers it. So since we will be playing these games not on here but on the 2600 Mini, we're going to take a 3-minute break and cut to the mini. Right? Where's mine? I get up and I have headphone issues in the process. Okay. I just remembered. I gotta do something real quick. Just give me a moment. Okay. I didn't have the controller set up. That's on me. So, we're gonna go in alphabetical order with the exception of the pack-in, which is combat. Now, here's the issue we have with combat here. As I said earlier, I was hoping to have a guest sidekick here today, but no one invited or agreed to join me. And of course, I wasn't able to contact anyone directly because I've been pretty busy. And, of course, so we're going against literally nobody because there is no computer player in combat. So we're just kind of just showing you how this all works. 15 minutes, we've already started the clock. I did play this with a friend of mine just like a little over a week ago. I'm not gonna lie, the biplane combat games are actually surprisingly fun even today. The one where it's 2-on-2. Let's see if I can identify which one that is. Doesn't say. Alright. Now the first game is just no obstacles, you're just shooting. We're going to throw in some obstacles. Just to make it a little harder on me. But what you're doing, basically, you're just messing around. If you shoot your opponent successfully more often than your opponent in a 2-minute, 16-second time limit, you win. So 4-0. Well, it's not gonna be nothing because our computer's not playing. In fact, there's some invisible tank games as well. Do this one. Biplanes. Oh, that was surprising. 7-0. And let's see. Okay. I forgot to mention this thing. I'm going to read some excerpts from this book from Jamie Delano called Adventure, the Atari 2600, The Dawn of Console Gaming, and give you some context, further context about some of these games. Okay, start with Combat. Combat, programmed by mostly Atari engineers Joe DeClaire and Larry Wagner, delivers a wide variety of gameplay right out of the box. It gives you a collection of minigames that together you couldn't get from existing dedicated consoles. Before games evolved to predominantly single-player experiences, they're mostly usually player versus player context. Combat is an early key example of what we call now a multiplayer shooter. There are 3 main modes to play. Tank, we played 1. Biplane, played 1. There's also Jetfire, which is similar, but it controls differently. It's so intuitive, you can get started playing immediately. Some of the variations include guided missiles, machine guns, and on-screen clouds, as well as Tank Pong, where your shots bounce off the walls, billiard style. The joystick controls work similarly within the 3 groups of variations. In particular, you fly the planes, control similar to a real one, pull back on the joystick to climb and push forward to dive. When driving a tank, you can't go backwards, only forwards. All the games are enjoyable, even if a number of the variations start to blend together after a while. The difficulty switches into the A position to either slow you down your crafts or reduce the range of your missiles. Plenty of people have written will argue takes on Combat and how good it was. I'm not going to be one of them in this book. My biggest problem with Combat became apparent if you were to look only like a child as I was. It's strictly a 2-player game. And you're seeing the problem today with me. And all 27 included variations. This is part of the course leading up to the 2600's release, as most early games were 2-player and lacked computer AI. I came of age literally just as 1-player video games started to appear with and just after the 2600's launch. So as a kid, I didn't understand why Combat was a 2-player only game. As a result, I probably played it much less than the other kids. Had a brother or sister handy to offer proper competition. A few times I did play it when I had friends over, but by the time I made some friends and allowed to see them go to their houses, it was over a year or two into the 1980s. By that point, many more games beckoned. If you're slightly older than I am, or had siblings, you may have experienced this cartridge differently. By making Combat the packing game 2600, Atari delivered a solid demonstration of how much value you get with the system versus dedicated console the last couple of years. And also ensured that just about everyone bought the console would also want to buy one other cartridge so as to have a game for just one player. So we still got 4 minutes to mess around with Combat. Let's go back. That 2-player one was pretty fun, so let's do that one real quick. Nice. You guys gonna make it? They make it to 10. 10! 14. I'll take that. First time. Well, 8-0 and the time has expired, so we're going to move on to air sea battle. Is that right? Right. So that was game number 6. So now to game number 7, air sea battle. And this is only going to be 5 minutes. So we're not going to spend a ton of time on it. Most of the rest of the games we're not going to spend a ton of time on. Air Sea Battle. So these are games to score points by hitting movable objects. Air Sea Battle is made up of 6 different shooting games that totals 27 game variations. This cartridge delivers a wide variety of games that collectively showed off the 2600's early potential, thanks to a vibrant color graphics and smooth animation. The game variations include Anti-Aircraft, which is essentially a conversion of Atari's 1975 discrete logic arcade cabinet with the same name, along with Torpedo, Shooting Gallery, Polaris, Bomber, and Polaris vs. Bomber. Most of the variations offer different takes on target shooting, which either you or the L-shaped cannon off the ground, a ship at sea, or a plane in the air. Mail doesn't do a good job of introducing the game. Instead goes right into explaining the different variations. Or needs a storyline anyway. You play all 27 variations using a joystick, and make heavy use of the fire button to blast targets. All games last exactly 2 minutes 16 seconds. A particular duration shows up in some later 2600 cartridges as well. The programming in the game is Atari's Larry Kaplan discovered a way to push the 2600 to its beyond its initial capabilities. Come figure out while 2600 program must control every line of the television screen, you could change the sprite graphics values in horizontal positions more than once per frame as a beam races across the display. During gameplay, you'll notice that several rows of enemies with one per row pass back and forth across the screen. Each player controls a turret on the ground and use aim and fire at airborne targets. Kaplan presented multiple targets, resetting the sprite graphics multiple times around the screen. Then it was time to draw the ground. He reset the sprite graphics in horizontal positions for the player turrets. I discovered early that it was possible to reposition player objects during the screen, but that was not a consideration of the original design specs, Kaplan said. So by design RC Battle, which he had used the horizontal bands of player objects, this program technique was used as a cornerstone extensively of many 2600 games. Without the single strobe, the 2600 would have failed as a game platform very quickly. Each game, the score begins to flash during the last 16 seconds, letting you know time expiring. Then the game drops to a track mode. There's something very Atari 2600 about the look of this, and it's one of the things that takes you back immediately. Built in a track mode, the gradient sky background, top to bottom, where your bullets cycle rapidly through all available colors as they fly. Details mark 2600 graphics at such the right from the beginning. Unfortunately, the same can be said about the odd black lines on the left side. You can find some sort of behind-the-scenes computation time and a slightly crooked look at the sky near the right side of the playfield. As time went on, developers learned how to minimize or otherwise mask these effects in increasingly effective ways. The Sears label iteration of the game, Target Fun, was the package for the video arcade. And honestly, it made more sense, including combat, the way Atari did, because RC Battle had both 1 and 2 player modes, even if its primary intended as a 2-player game. In 1993 interview, Kaplan said RC Battle was based on Atari coin-op and called anti-aircraft. In those days, we just ripped off anything we could make work. Canyon Bomber, released in 1979, which we played earlier, is sort of spiritual successor to RC Battle. Although the settings and playfields are slightly different, for instance, there's a new game takes place in both Canyons and overseas. Many of the sprites and colors look similar. The main difference with Canyon Bottles is that it requires power controllers instead of joysticks to play. In addition, the games can last longer and the points based are opposed to running against the clock all the time. So wow, we spent more time introducing the game than actually playing it, so let's do a single game. Let's do game 3. Fix it, but it's not time. As you can see, it was his firing is not being telling to fire. I don't know if there's something wrong with this, or maybe a play wrong. I think I do. I felt like it was demo mode. I know, that was just weird. I figured it out. Well, we'll get out of that. And move on. Next one we're doing is basic math. Yeah, it's also known as fun of numbers. That's how we'll go with. The book does not have any interesting information about this game. So we just complete the equation and select the correct number. Multiplication. And start. That's an easy one. 21, right? Yep. Ooh. I think that's 49. Yes. Really? Really? That's a 6. That one's obviously a 2. That'll be... Isn't that 81? I think I know what this is. Yes. 10 out of 10. I'll take it. I think I have time for another one. Let's do a little easier. Let's go addition. I feel like that's... Do division 2. 2 plus 2? That's... That's 8. 14, right? 12? I said the right answer. I included the wrong one. That's on me. That one's easy. 9 out of 10, but would have been 10 out of 10 if, you know. Let's do division. Divided by 6. Oh, I didn't know you're supposed to do that. That does for basic math. Let's do blackjack, I believe, is next. Which I don't think I have information for it either, and it's only 3 minutes. So we do have to get the paddle controllers on. So we're gonna have to take a quick break and be back in 1 minute. Okay, blackjack, and obviously we're only spending 3 minutes here, so. Which one am I using? Okay, have it in the wrong spot. 1 moment. Got it. Take it. Okay. One last one. Oh, I busted by 1. I miscalculated in my head. Whoops. That's the thing, is that it doesn't do the math for you. Okay. We're moving on to the next game. Now we're to game number 10. Our first milestone game, right, ladies and gentlemen. First milestone game is Indy 500. And we do have some information about that. Indy 500, programmed by Ed Riddle, set the early bar for home racing games and was derived from Atari's Grand Trek Pony Arcade coin-op. Indy 500 came packaged with the aforementioned driving controllers that rotated indefinitely in either direction. Bundling controls wasn't something that you saw that often, even as the years went on, with a few notable examples being Star Raiders or Turbo on the ColecoVision. In all of the included game variations in Indy 500, you steal your car and wheel and accelerate the fire button. No separate brake button, obviously. Instead, the car slows and stops quickly once you release the button. There's also no gears. You accelerate to top speed quickly with the engine note that rises from low to high in one all-fell swoop. Crash the wall, or the other player slows you down briefly, but otherwise has no effect. There are 1 and 2 player games. 1 player game with time trials, where you run as many laps as you can within 60 seconds. 2 player competitive by lap counts. Whoever gets to 25 laps wins first wins. Advanced blue tag, which gives you points the longer you go without being tagged by another player, and crash the score, which brings you up in total based on the number of times you crash into a white square on screen. Pop the difficulty switch over to A, also increases your car's speed. There are a number of tracks to choose from: Grand Prix, Devil's Elbow, and the aforementioned crash and score and tag tracks, the Ice Sprint, Ice Rally, both of which increase the oversteer of your car as it slides around turns, thanks to the coating on the ice of each track. Although the games have about 2 players, but still enjoyable by yourself in time variations. This is a game you want to play with the real controls as opposed to the emulation of joystick or gamepad. Atari didn't secure a sponsorship for the Indy 500 cartridge. That's everything they come up with a few years later with Pele Soccer on the 2700 and Intel Major League Baseball International Football League sponsored cartridges in the television. Even so, in the late 1970s, racing was still a huge sport in America. Although it's not exactly as small today, most attention has drifted to NASCAR, with Indy and Formula 1 getting much less attention. Indy 500 wasn't the absolute first racing game for the home. That credit goes to Wipeout, Clue Karts with the Odyssey, but acquired a screen overlay with a fixed course map that looked more like a board game than a racing game. Atari's dedicated stunt cycle console. A home version of Simplest arcade game landed in 1977. Street Racer was another launch title for the 2600. But 8500 is the first racing game to give you the look and feeling that you're driving real cars with real physics. It took the fun out of the Tyco electric car slot inside and brought you television scene. In 2017, I watched Indy 500 with excitement as Takano Sato won nail biting finish. The car people did more Mario and Dre owned. Himself was still racing when Atari Indy 500 cartridge hit shelves. Amazingly, now it's grandson Marco racing. I'm normally not a sports fan, but I still watch the Indy 500 every year. Whenever I do, I think of being 6 or 7 years old playing this Atari 2600 game and skidding around the track corners. This is Corey Corners Jamie talking. There you are, steel car around many tracks, racing hairpin tools to get to the finish line before you're 5 minutes. Wait a second, I thought I said I wanted to play it. Oh yeah. I should probably check, I can't remember which was which. Okay, never mind. Okay, I wasn't able to fix what was the issue with the game, and time's already expired to play it, so we're gonna move on and just not play 500. Sorry for those of you who wanted to play it, but we are going to skip it. Hopefully I can figure something out. Starship is next. Coming down to the last few games of the day. This is game number 11. Destroy as many spacecraft and robots possible within the time limit. All avoiding asteroids and other objects. Try to cover the greatest distance possible with one of 3 different game variations. So we have Warp Drive, Moon Lander, and Starship. Okay. Just hold on a second. I can't remember now which ones were those single player variations. I should probably also check the start the timer. That's on me for getting to do that. Nah. Okay. We'll do 4 and 12 through 17. Got it. Check their controls again because something's not working. Okay, I have to use the right joystick. Finicky. Let's try again. I'm like, why isn't it doing anything? Okay, take 2. That was 17 on my first try. Let's try the next one. These 6, that's quite good. Less than 10 minutes remaining. Okay, I actually got out with a score. That's the impressive thing. I got out of that one with a score. Oh, that one. That one was... I did not expect that one to be... Made a mistake, could not recover. Fast enough. Should be out here the score yet. 7. Those last two games were intense. Not gonna lie. So now we're doing Lunar Lander, I think. You know if any of you have any idea what I'm supposed to do with this? this one I have to admit I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna check the instructions again real quick. Okay, the menu is going weird, so give me a few moments. We're back to the difficulties again.